Hello, I'm John Bolton, Senior Vice President of Entertainment for Facilities at the Oakview Group and General Manager of the new Palm Springs Arena. It's my honor to serve as President of IEBA's Board of Directors and welcome you to IEBA's 50th Annual Conference.
I'm Renee Alexander and Deputy General Manager at the Minnesota State Fair. I also have the pleasure of being the 2020 Chair of IEBA's Board of Directors.
And I'm Pam Matthews, IEBA's Executive Director. 2020 has been a year of harsh realities. We are simultaneously grappling with a heartbreaking pandemic and the businesses and industries it has decimated. With tornadoes, hurricanes, and a record season of fires, with a reinvigorated fight for racial equality and all in a bitterly contentious election year.
There's no doubt that we are living through an unprecedented and difficult moment. Every segment of our industry has been profoundly impacted by the events of 2020. And I'm sure I'm not alone that in every October, I look forward to heading to Nashville to attend IEBA's conference, reconnecting with friends in the industry, meeting new people, attending sessions, and the element that sets us apart from so many conferences, showcases. Remember that thing called live music? We all miss it so much. Like pretty much all of 2020, it is a huge disappointment that we cannot be together this year.
The abrupt end of live events is taking a psychological toll, not only of those of us in the industry, but on society at large. Our business is built on celebration and the shared human experience. When that is lost, the world becomes a much poorer place.
Over these 2 days, we will consider how we reshape the entertainment and sports industry when we return to live events. And please remember, we are an industry filled with people who are creative, innovative, passionate, and resilient.
The IEBA staff and board members have been working hard to create valuable programming over the next couple of days. Our goal is to provide insights and information, and more than that, we hope it will be thought-provoking. We hope you'll come away with a fresh perspective and hope for the future.
And we hope you'll share with friends and colleagues. Invite them to head to IEBA.org and click Conference at the top menu, or simply visit IEBA.org/IEBAVC.
If you'd like to watch from a mobile device, search IEBA 2020 in the App Store to download the mobile app, built by our friends at Olympia. In the app, you can watch all live conference sessions as well as on-demand replays.
Before we kick off conference, I'd like to provide some reassurances about IEBA's strength as an organization and our financial position. The last few years, I've had the pleasure of reporting IEBA's positive cash flow, and I am happy to say we remain financially healthy. We are fortunate to own the house where we office, and we have reserve funds to get us through these difficult times. So we are physically fit and have every intention of being around another 50 years to serve you, our members.
IEBA, congratulations on 50 years, and to everyone out there, we miss you so much. Thank you for all your support. We'll see you on the road when the time is right. Miss y'all. Love you.
IEBA, congratulations, 50 years. That is awesome. Thank you for taking such good care of me and Jennifer and Sugarland all these years. We are just so grateful for everything you all do. We hope you have a fantastic celebration, and we will see you on the road as soon as they will let us.
Hey IEBA, it's Lauren Elena. Congrats on 50 years. That is amazing. Miss being out on the road, miss working, miss touring so much. Can't wait to get back out there. Sending you guys all of my love. Mwah.
IEBA, congratulations on 50 years. And to everyone out there, we miss you. Thank you for all your support. We will see you on the road again when the time is right. Until then, y'all take care.
IEBA, Lee Bryce here. Congrats on 50 years, y'all. We cannot wait to get back on the road again. We miss y'all. See you soon.
What's going on? It's Morgan Wallen, and I just wanted to check in and say thanks to you guys for all your hard work and your dedication over the past 50 years. And that's an incredible feat, and I think that's amazing. And again, I just wanted to say thank you for taking care of me, my band, my crew, for always taking care of us at your festivals and your fairs, at all your awesome venues. It's been a pleasure for the past 5 years for me to be able to work with you guys. So once again, congrats on 50 years, and we'll see you down the road.
Hey guys, Vanilla Ice here, giving you a shout out, saying happy 50th to IEBA. Wow, 50 years, that's awesome, man. That's definitely an accomplishment. Well, we look forward to getting back out in the future and doing some more great shows. And as always, we wanted to say thank you for all you guys have done for us, and you know, making it great for all the fans, all the great fairs and venues that you guys have. So it's been very magical. So we're gonna get back to the magic for the new year, and just wanted to say happy anniversary. All right, take care, guys. All the best.
What's up, everybody? Dirk Bentley here. I've been enjoying a lot of Colorado since everything went down, but let me tell you, I miss the road, I miss our fans, I miss everything about it, and can't wait to get back out there again. We can't do it without the fans, we can't do it without our bands and crew and our teams, and we certainly cannot do it without IEBA. Congratulations on 50 years. Love you guys. Thank you so much. See you soon, I hope.
Hello, I'm Natalia Nastoskin, General Manager of UTA Music. 2020 has taught all of us how to be more creative and embrace technology in ways that we haven't done before, whether it's live streams or virtual meet and greets or subscription models or a combination. I think all of those things last beyond the pandemic and incorporate themselves into our artist tours and live performances as we go onward. Over the next few months, I think we'll see creative productions, safe, socially distant shows in warmer weather climates, which hopefully will take us into Q1 and Q2 of 2021. And then in Q3 and Q4, my hope is that we're back at full capacity, all seeing shows together.
Hi there, I'm Jason Comfort, and I work at Red Light Management. My focus is touring and ticketing. In recent months, artists and creators have looked to live streaming content and other methods to stay engaged with their fans. I think this will continue and will expand for the foreseeable future. There won't be an all-clear moment where 100% of fans are going to come pouring back into venues. Instead, it will happen incrementally as treatments and vaccine help improve public health, and those results will drive localities to loosen restrictions. And fans don't all feel the same about the risks of going back to live shows. Some are ready to go back now, and others won't go back until they see evidence that COVID is no longer a threat, while most fans fall somewhere in between. Because of these things, I'll be looking at the following trends over the next year or two. A hybrid approach of offering in-person attendance and live streaming will be necessary. Understanding your audience and knowing who's ready to come back and who will need more time. This will help marketing efforts to reach those who want a ticket to the show versus those who are not ready, but they still want to connect with the show and buy a live stream. We may even need to be able to gauge the in-person demand for shows to fit them into the right venues at the right capacities. And finally, there is pressure from fans for more flexible refund options. If we don't solve for that, we may see fans waiting till the last minute to buy tickets, and that doesn't help our industry. I look forward to the time when we can all gather together at our favorite venues. Thank you.
I hope this is a reset for all of us to take a look deeper in our organizations, within ourselves, within our festivals, tours, staff, and increase diversity and inclusion. I think a lot has happened over the last few months, which has been, you know, sad and hard and amazing in a lot of ways. We have a lot to do, and I think this is a really great opportunity for all of us to dig in and get to work.
The great lesson for me this year has been learning the difference between the things I really want and need and the things I don't really care about. Not to sound flip, but I haven't had a manicure in 6 months, and I used to do that every week. And guess what? I didn't miss it. But what I have missed is going to shows and producing shows. I mean, I've watched the Beastie Boys doc, I've watched the Go-Go's doc, and every time I see a live clip, I'm like, oh, I want to be there so bad. And I believe that the fans feel the same. I mean, I sense a deep desire on everyone's part to get back out there and go to a show and be surrounded by a sea of like-minded fans. I mean, that's my feelings. But I also see it in ticket sales. I mean, one of our tours has sold over 10,000 tickets since our refund window ended. And we haven't done a damn thing to promote it. Like, not one damn thing. And I think that's because fans really want to go out there. In this time of economic uncertainty, the fact that you can look forward 6 months and invest in a ticket 6 months away, that's something fun to look forward to. So I think we are going to come back and come back stronger. One of the questions I was asked was, what does our future look like? Well, you know, as of May, every show I had on the books kind of went away. So I've had a lot of time on my hands, which is not always a great thing if you know me well. But I was asked by kind of a rogue group of touring people to join their group called Climate Positive Touring. And it's been really fun. I mean, we've been out there asking questions and gathering information. What are venues already doing, and how as a tour can we support those initiatives? And you know, are there tax incentives for tours? And that's the kind of stuff we're digging into right now. I mean, I really feel like we're going to come back stronger next year, and I hope we come back better too.
Hi everyone, this is Rob Marcus from WME. Wishing you a great virtual IEBA. I hope that you're staying safe and healthy and optimistic. Business is going to come back. There's no question that COVID has been catastrophic for our industry, but I'm hopeful that that when we come out the other side, we're going to come out better and stronger. Also, I think there's big opportunities for people. There's lots of lessons learned, how we treat people, how we value things. So I think all we can do is really look after our friends, our family, our peers, be focused on when we come back, and I'm optimistic that the business will be bigger than ever. Wishing you a great conference, and I hope to see all of you soon. Please stay safe.
IEBA 2020, wow, 50 years old. How cool is that? Congratulations on this amazing milestone. My name is Chris Lyle. I'm a production manager and production designer, and I have been working on the IEBA conference for about 10 years. And so sure going to miss being with everyone this year and doing this show, but I believe we'll be back next year. I'm sure hopeful that we'll be back next year. But anyways, congratulations on 50 amazing years, and just want to hope that everybody stays safe and healthy during this time, and we'll see you again soon.
Hello, Mike Betterton here, and I'd like to welcome you to the first ever IEBA virtual conference. Many thanks to Pam and Cole and Claudia for putting this together for all of us, and congratulations to IEBA on 50 years. Hope to see you all in year 51 or as soon as possible.
What do you have for me? That's what they asked. They didn't ask you if you could do it. They just called you. We have a good idea why. It's because you're the one who makes it happen. You're the booker and the ticket taker, the stage crew and the bar back. You're the adrenaline rush, the memory in the making, the excuse to stay out late. You're the indie club and the historic theater. You're the line around the block. You're there before the stage lights go down and there when the house lights go up. You're out front and you're backstage. You're in the office. They didn't ask you if you could do it. They just called you. And we're with you every step of the way.
Well, thank you everybody for joining our virtual IEBA panel here for 2020. I want to thank everybody for joining our chat. We have some of last year's IEBA Awards recipients, and they truly are the best in the business. Straight up for introductions, we have Josh Moore. He's the talent buyer for Bowery Presents. He's booked hundreds of shows per year in the New York City and Brooklyn area at Bowery Presents venues, including Terminal 5, Brooklyn Steel, Webster Hall, and all other open rooms in the area. Josh was IEBA's 2019 Club Buyer of the Year. Thanks for joining us, Josh.
Thank you for having me.
Up next, we have Stacy V. She performs a dual role as Vice President of Talent for Golden Voice and Messina Touring Group. She's responsible for booking and producing Stagecoach and Buckeye Country Superfest, coordinating booking and communications across all AEG Festival properties. Stacy received the Festival Buyer of the Year award from IEBA in 2017 and 19, and she's also representing Stagecoach, which received the Festival of the Year award in 2019. Thank you.
Thanks for having me. Good to see you all.
We also have Darren Lashinsky with us. He is a third-generation concert promoter and the CEO of National Shows 2. In 1998, Lashinsky helped launch Outback Concerts and years later became their senior vice president until he left in 2010 to form NS2 with business partners Larry and Fred Frank of Frank Productions. Darren received Promoter of the Year award honors in 2016 and 2019.
Good morning, everyone.
Thanks for being with us.
Thank you.
And finally, Amy Madrigali is currently talent buyer for the Troubadour. She has programmed the club stage since 2016. Before the Troubadour, Amy was an associate at Billions Corporation, working on tours for artists such as Death Cab for Cutie, Beach House, Future Islands, and Explosion in the Sky. She's here representing the Troubadour as it was the 2019 IEBA Club of the Year. Thanks for making some time for us.
Thank you for having me.
As we've all been on different conference calls and panels and lots of speculation of what's next, what are we doing, how's this going to change, there's a lot of things we don't know right now, but for the moment, I want us to talk about what good can come out of the back end of this, what progress we can make either personally, professionally, change as a business, really just trying to keep.
Yes, there's gonna come a time when the true scene leaders forget where they differ and get big picture, because the kids at the shows, they'll have kids of their own. The sing-along songs will be our scriptures. We gotta stay positive.
Thank you, the Hold Steady, for a good mantra in this time of our lives. Yeah, thanks everybody for your time. I kind of got some kind of different categories that we'll focus on. We're going to talk about what we think will be good for the long term of our business, what we think will be good for the long term, maybe for the fans or the near term, what's good for the artists, and maybe some elements of social change that will come out of this from the live event space. Starting off with good for our business. Again, revenues are nothing right now. Nobody has a clear path of when that next big show will be or when that next small show will be, depending on your market and where you are. But somebody recently told me, hey, if we just tread water during this, then it's kind of a waste. We want to keep our businesses open, but there's got to be some way to grow out of that. So one thing I was talking about with some people was, keeping up employee morale, making different connections with our employees. If anybody can touch on some things you're doing right now to keep people connected. We're not coming together in the office. We're not coming together backstage. So how are you keeping people in your offices engaged as much as you can?
I'll jump in and start. So one thing we did was we moved the entire company, which is the majority of the employees for the company are in Madison, Wisconsin. We moved everybody onto Slack, and pretty much every conversation internally that we have, we're having video calls, even for quick 1-minute questions instead of like sending, texts or notes via Slack. We're actually doing all of that on video. And our CEO for the company, Joel Plant, daily has been sending out an end of the day email almost every day since the middle of March. And then we moved our all company staff meetings to probably about a 30-minute meeting every Friday, which we were doing once a month. So there's a lot of connectivity amongst all the employees, which are Madison, Columbia, Missouri, Nashville, Charleston, South Carolina. So that's been really nice to see that.
Yeah, as we've talked on our side of things, everybody has different needs. If you are a single person living alone in an apartment, you need more interaction. You need to make sure people are out there for you versus folks who have families and kids learning at home or juggling different things. So those virtual connections are really important.
Yeah, I think, as Darren pointed out, I think staying connected with all the staff is, more important than ever, obviously, including those who are on reduced salary or furloughed, because I think that's something that's kind of affected a lot of us. Staying in touch with those people, letting them know, they're still part of the team, we're still thinking about them. I think for some people, not having that income is hard, but just like not being a part of something that they care about so much, like that's what they put their energy into, and like that's what kind of defines them a little bit. So to be sitting on the sidelines, even in hard times, is tough. Like nobody wants to not be included. Adults. So reaching out to those people and, keeping them, in the loop on things that are going on. Because, times like this, like truly kind of all we have is each other. And Josh and I are lucky enough to work with a lot of people who, we've worked with, some of us close to 2 decades. So they've, kind of become family. And just lots of communication and patience, and realizing that everybody kind of has a different process, but we as leaders have to stay positive and focused and help get the rest of our staff through this, because they're kind of looking to us to do that. So that's what I think about when I wake up every day.
That's awesome. You both mentioned video conferencing. We are now, our meetings are in people's homes, while we have these virtual backgrounds, quite often you'll see people's dogs or cats or kids running around in the background. I forget which, it was Stephen Colbert or somebody was joking that I didn't know Shannon had, chandelier money in her house. How does she afford a chandelier in her house? So we're seeing different elements of people that maybe we wouldn't see before. Has that, either Josh or Amy, has that anything fun come out of that? Or do you feel a more personal connection, maybe having seen the inside of somebody's home? We were invited over for lunch almost.
I think go ahead, Josh.
I live in a 1-bedroom apartment in New York City with my now wife, and it's been tough. She's on Zooms all day long. She works at Atlantic Records. I can't tell you how many times I've walked by their camera and not known she was, I was shirtless or in a towel, or just countless times I've walked by. So I don't know what they've seen. It's tough doing it,
but it's also humanizing.
These virtual things from home.
Being a little bit less professional is humanizing. That's a funny moment for her coworkers, and hopefully there's a chuckle or two.
I hope so.
Yeah, and I think being at home and being disconnected and then reconnected in these new ways, trying to be a little more understanding in every conversation I have, because even you may not see it in the background of their Zoom, we don't know what anyone's facing in this time. So thinking about every unanswered email or every unreturned phone call,
just having a bit of grace and understanding for maybe they've got something going on that we don't know about, and maybe business has to wait, and just knowing that that's okay in this time, and we're going to be the best leaders we can for our staff and for our partners and agents. And but yeah, just coming to every conversation with a little wider road for people to walk on.
Awesome. Also things during this time, doing deeper dives. Let me know if there are any projects that you focused on either early on or more recently that you didn't have time before. Maybe you didn't have time to do an operational deep dive or a financial deep dive on different columns of your business or marketing sides or anything like that. Has anybody been able to take the time, take a step back and maybe evaluate some processes that you didn't before?
For the first time ever, we got all of the AEG festival properties all using the same offer language. So that was, quite a process, getting input from so many different talent buyers. Everybody's festival is different. Of course, radius and those things are specific to the festival, but overall, using common language, I think is going to be super important, especially coming out of something like this. So I think there's a lot of efficiencies with production, marketing, a lot of conversations we're having with loyalty, things that have worked for, certain festivals, maybe you can try it with a different festival. So I think there's been a lot of efficiencies and creative conversations that are happening, as well as digging into, and I can't really super talk about it right now, but, there's a lot of things we can do with our festival properties, venues, et cetera, that maybe don't have anything to do with live. So maybe, zigging while everybody else is zagging and trying something new and learning new skills and diversifying, which has been really fun.
No, that's great stuff. Anybody else? Deeper dives or new, again, like Stacey mentioned, thinking of things outside of your core business that you didn't have time or a need to before.
Yeah, at the club, we've done some very practical things, cleaning, painting, maintenance, to make sure the club looks as fresh as possible when we're able to reopen in earnest. We also put an online merch store up for the first time. Prior to now, you had to come to the Troubadour to get that hat or t-shirt. And now we're happy to offer it online, which has been a bit of a financial lifeline for us, as well as a practical one. And it's been fairly popular, and we're really grateful to everyone who's been buying and wearing our merch and posting about it and keeping awareness up for the club. And then looking into live streaming and filming. We're working on that. It's an ongoing project, but it's new for us, and it's exciting to be able to take the club and the brand of the Troubadour online for the first time.
We've had a couple of different departments who've had additional time on their hands during all of this. I know have taken deep dives, like the marketing department with a lot of cross training and digital marketing training. On the talent buying side of things, took a real deep dive into a new business plan, which was a very time consuming process for putting tours together. And then on the owned and operated side, we also had they created a concert in a box in Madison at the Sylvie, where they sold masks and T-shirts, and I believe they had beer in that. And then in Charleston at the music hall, they did the same thing. They had like a concert in a tote, which was just a way to connect with some of our core patrons in the marketplace. And those all sold out. The support was amazing for all of that.
I'm pretty sure in Wisconsin you could always get beer to go, but now it's even more appreciated.
Yeah.
Good deal. Up next, what might be good for the fans on the flip side of this? It won't be one big boom, like off to the races where everything's back to normal suddenly. It'll be slow and steady, maybe with regional concerts or by size of venue, then picking on up. So what are some things, do you think maybe lower ticket prices? Because while expenses on the road may go up, but there's less demand for shows or anything like that, or can you guys foresee maybe some lower ticket prices in the future for fans if guarantees come down because people are willing to take less risks?
It's a big
I think we'll see lower ticket prices. I mean, I think anyone who tries to get more aggressive on the ticket pricing is crazy. But I've been encouraging everyone I speak to play as conservatively as possible, whether that means underplaying or playing on a more reasonable ticket price. It's just, people are going to have less discretionary income coming out of this, and it's the smart thing to do. So prior to this, it was always a battle between the buyers and the agents to get the most aggressive deal. It seems like this has kind of leveled the playing field, and the deals are going to be more fair. At least now it feels like they're more fair. Everyone's in it together and wants to see everyone survive. So hopefully that sticks.
Yeah, I would agree. Deals with a little more shared risk and ticket prices based on what the market can bear and what the economy and landscape look like when we return.
I guess some of y'all who deal with places across the country and calendars right now, at least for Bridgestone Arena, are stacked. People are holding potential holds for fall and then for 22 and on and on and on. But so if the best thing happens and we have a gazillion shows next fall, do you see that as an opportunity for maybe different markets to get shows that they wouldn't in the past?
I think it's going to be a smart idea for folks to go and find, the corners of the world that maybe, everyone's going over here, maybe try, going over here with a creative concept. I think folks trying to do something different are maybe going to, stand out above the pack. But yeah, I think, that's something that we're all seeing, that next fall is going to be insane.
Fingers crossed, yeah. If you're in a market, yes. If you're in a market that doesn't get a lot of shows, when those shows come, it's a big deal. So that could be awesome for fans who normally have to drive, several hours, or make it a bigger commitment to a show. When they're coming to your front door, hopefully they'll come out and enjoy all of that even more.
For us, that's always been a big part of our business, was secondary markets. So we continue to focus on those as well as major markets. And it seems like right now the conversations for late next year into 2022 tend to be focusing a lot of those same secondary markets as well.
Darren, since you're dealing with a bunch of different markets and maybe some of them are different COVID restrictions, have you been able to do any socially distanced shows? Thinking those could maybe create more memorable moments for the fans and the performers, because you're in a space with a smaller group of people that can make those different connections.
We did start, so in Missouri, where we have Rose Music Hall, there's a park out back, and they did start with local events a couple months ago for like 125 people, socially distanced. They ran a couple movies and some local music, local artists. And then we just launched in Charleston, South Carolina, a socially distanced series it's called Around the Bend, at an outdoor park. Started this Saturday night, and it's running through the end of November, with some local but also national touring artists. And there we were allowed, the state allowed us to set up for 1,000 capacity. They're basically 250 4x4 pods, or not 4x4, they're 10x10 pods, but for 4 people. And that started Saturday, and that's been through the roof. I mean, everything is nearly sold out instantly. It's pretty incredible.
Yeah, I think we've all seen when people can come together safely, people want to do it. They miss that experience. They miss being out with their friends, and all these open air events have been wonderful because, like Josh said, a lot of us have been in our home a lot. If we can hear some music and get some air and, be around other people, that's good for everybody's soul, I think. One of the things Josh mentioned about, getting different deals that's equitable or maybe more balanced all the way around. Let me guys know if you think, because, the financial need for a big show with, all the bells and whistles and lights and moving stage pieces, the economics may not be there for a little bit. Let me know if you've talked with anybody directly, or maybe some artists who are able to put on a show with stripped down productions, or up and coming artists. Have you talked with any of them about maybe they're coming out sooner than the big shows? Or is everybody just on these, like Stacy mentioned, these stacked up calendars of maybe March, maybe June, hopeful for October? Is that kind of where everybody's living right now, where you're just kind of stacking dates and holding and hoping for the best?
A lot of wait and see.
Yeah.
For us, there's been a little bit of traffic for the first part of the year. That was probably a couple months ago, and now the conversations are bubbling back up about those moving, and they were smaller club tour and some other theater events. Yeah, and it was kind of inevitable, especially with rescheduled shows, we were kind of holding our breath, and one by one, they're kind of popping back up saying, okay, we're looking at October, November now.
Okay.
Yeah, with reduced capacities, it's just hard to make these shows pencil, so it just, that's probably not an option for a lot of people. So yeah, just putting things, using a pencil instead of pen, and kind of hoping for the best. But obviously, I know none of us want to go back before it's safe to do so. And I think in different parts of the country, it's what I mean. There's different situations for people, and there's different levels of infection. So I guess I'll just kind of trying to do the best we can, and that nobody knows the right answer. Just using the best judgment, and trying to do things safely for our fans and artists, as well as make sure that there's a business to come back to.
And finally, our last topic is, the social change. The calls for social change across our country have been, from corner to corner, from coast to coast. And I like to think that if we were in normal operating times, music and events would have been a big part of that. We would have been hosting different things at our venues, and performers would have done things with a larger group. We've seen some people release some songs recently and make some statements on those issues. Do you think that will continue? Do you think that once we do get back to normal, that shows will have more of a social justice cause to them, or a slant to them? And maybe you've had some conversations about events, festivals when they come back. Are they planning on doing some different things, or individual shows?
It feels like the bar is higher. If you have a platform, you are expected to use it now in a way more than ever. If you have a voice, to be able to speak for those who don't in some cases, and champion causes that may have not gotten a lot of attention before. So I think we'll see a lot of that, and I think we'll hopefully see a lot of more meaningful plays and sharing of stages in new ways. And I know I want to rethink my booking and be as wide and open and inclusive as possible, and as safe as possible, and continue to be just a free space for people to come and express themselves and find community. So I'm excited to see what the artists in our industry can come up with to make it a better, more equitable place for all of us.
We've talked about if we were up and running and hosting events, especially at our owned and operated venues, we would currently, and we'll do this in the future, take that opportunity, having those patrons coming through the doors multiple nights a week, to partner with local nonprofits and to be able to have a platform for change. So that's something that we have a committee that's been created amongst the employees, and those discussions have been ongoing. And hopefully we'll actually put them into action when we're back up and hosting events in our venues.
And I also think the fans will vote with their dollars. They'll spend money on things they care about and support artists that they agree with and support, and want to see continue positive messages.
That's something else to consider. We've seen sports teams get some pushback for stances taken or not taken. Do you see any of that with performers? Will there be I just came to hear the hits. I don't want to hear your stance on this, that, or the other? Or is music more of a direct one-on-one, whereas sports teams can appeal to the community, whereas I'm a fan of a musician, not just because of my region of the country? So do you guys think that
more than ever, everyone's being held accountable to, do the right thing, and to, make sure that their lineups or their venue calendar or their staff, is taking the right steps to be a diverse and inclusive operation, no matter what it is. And I think this has given all of us an opportunity to dig deeper and, do some research and put our heads down and get to work and do what we have the power to do, as individuals, to, you know, reflect everything that's been going on. You know, I can just say for Stagecoach, you know, this has given me an amazing opportunity to, you know, like find these artists, find, you know, like a wide array of artists. And, you know, country music absolutely can and should and is a place where we should celebrate that. And I can't wait for the winds of positivity and optimism to blow so I can announce this incredible lineup I'm sitting on.
Good stuff. Anybody else on that topic? Josh, anything just to add?
I think they all nailed it. Amy nailed it especially. I mean, I hope these artists use their platform and stand up for what they believe in. You know, you asked about, will there be pushback? I think, yeah, I mean, these artists risk pushback if they take a stance on something, but I think that's something they have to risk. And a lot of these newer country acts like Tyler Childers and Margaret Price and Sturgill Simpson and Jason Isbell, they've tried to, you know, be empathetic of the Black Lives Matter movement, and I think it's probably upset some of their fans, and they've probably lost some of their fans because of it. But those are probably not the fans they want. So I don't know. It is a risk. You do risk alienating some people, but you got to stand up for what you believe in.
And one last question. We'll go around the horn on this one. We probably had more time off than we would have wanted. 6 months is a long time. But how has the time with friends and family where we're not working shows, 5 nights a week, where you're able to sit down and have dinner? How have those things benefited you? Josh, you mentioned being in rather tight quarters for an extended period of time. But,
I mean, I just got married last week, and so getting to spend 6 months. Thank you. Getting to spend 6 months with my fiance was amazing, and I don't think we had it's rare. It was rare we got to have a dinner together because we both work in music. But we've had every meal together for the past 7 months. It's been great. Got to spend time with our dog, and that's one of the benefits of this whole thing.
Awesome. Stacy?
Yeah, it's just been nice to, you actually have a weekend, you're not out covering shows, making it back, first thing Monday morning for your executive meeting. So it's been nice to have a weekend, and it's just been nice to change it up. My job, I touch so many things within AEG. So, my days have, been pretty packed, but I got to do so from the desert for a couple of months this summer. And you kind of just, like the rigmarole and the commuting and the, you know what I mean? You just kind of got to shake up what your routine looks like. And that's been really nice.
And Amy?
Yeah, definitely realizing how long days are when you're at home, you're not running around, in my case, a club, run back to the club to the office. But I think, more time outside, more cooking, more time to connect with friends and family. But I also would like to mention that being part of the National Independent Venue Association, part of NEVA, has been a huge support system, not only with practical matters and lobbying to Congress for federal support for independent venues, but also a much needed emotional support. So we obviously have a lot of business we take care of, but there's also some relationships there that I didn't have before and the venue didn't have before, which has been great socially even also. And so grateful for that community, and then time with friends and family to just, relax and enjoy time without shows, as hard as that is.
And Darren, bring us home.
For me, I mean, I haven't traveled since first week of March, which is obviously very unusual for most of us. So my wife and my 12-year-old boy, we've spent a lot of time together. Did things like put in a basketball hoop and shooting baskets together, trying to keep my son off PS4. That's but it's been nice.
That's good stuff. Well, thanks everybody for your time today. Hope everybody watching at home, virtually independent of each other, and got something out of here. Please let us know if you have any comments. Shoot them back to the great folks at IEBA. And thank you for your time.
Thanks for hosting.
Thank you so much.
Hey, IEBA, congratulations on 50 years. And to everybody out there, thank you for all you do. We'll see you on the road when the time is right. Take care.
Hey, what's up, IEBA? It's your boy, Uncle Vin Rock from the legendary Naughty by Nature. Listen, I want to send a big shout out and thank you to all of the talent buyers, all of the promoters, all of the festivals, the casinos, all of the concert venues, man. Thank you for what you do for us, our families, our fans. Listen, we will be reunited very soon. We're going to kick this virus's butt. And yo, happy 50th anniversary to IEBA. You know, I'm turning 50 this year too. So I can't wait to get back out there, rock out for all of the crowds, man. Let's do this, y'all. 2021, 2022, we'll be out there. Peace.
Hey, what is up to all my IEBA brothers and sisters? It's Mark McGrath from the band Ezra Hart and Sugar Ray. Yes, off the charts, but always in your hearts. And I want to say to all the promoters, all the amazing talent buyers, to all the incredible festivals, the amazing festivals, the fairs, the casinos, all the venues, all the buildings, I want to thank you so much for all that you do, not only for the bands, but for our fans and for the people that make these shows so wonderful. And that is truly the fans. They are the spirit. They are what brings us together, the music. And thank you to everybody at IEBA for making it such a wonderful experience for everybody. And happy 50th anniversary. As the Three Stooges once said, happy anniversary, happy anniversary, happy anniversary, happy anniversary. IEBA, happy anniversary, happy 50th. Looking forward to another 50 years. And thank you so much for having Ezra Hart last year at your event in Nashville. Here's to return to live music. Amen. Take care.
Yeah, what's goody with your shots out, prayers up, man? This is Tresh from Naughty by Nature, you heard? And I want to give a strong shout out to our IEBA right here. Congratulations on 50 years. Cheers up. Look, I'm almost 50. And y'all 50. I knew we was together forever. Right here. Look, we miss y'all. We love y'all for all the support, all the years. We're going to see y'all on the road again when time is right. Take care, bless up. And yo, IEBA, y'all deserve this, man. Congratulations. 50 of them. 50.
Hey, what's up, y'all? Jimmy Allen here. Just wanted to say congratulations on your golden anniversary to all my friends over at IEBA. 50 years is a long time, man. Y'all have been changing artists' lives for a long time, including mine. So I appreciate all the support, everyone that works there. And I look forward to getting back on the road soon. I hope y'all enjoy this. It's a big moment. Happy 50 years, y'all. Golden anniversary. Let's go.
Hey, it's Michael Bacon with the Bacon Brothers.
Hey, everybody. This is Kevin Bacon from the Bacon Brothers.
Wishing you all the best and look forward to being back in your town soon.
You're a big part of our team, and we miss you. So congrats on your 50th anniversary, IEBA.
And here's to the next 50 years.
Here is to the next 50 years.
Hi, I'm Dennis Scanlon, Vice President here at ETIX. I'm here today to discuss a great story about how one of our valued partners has navigated through the COVID situation to become very effective. As we all know, 2020 is redefining many aspects of guest venue interaction and attendance. ETIX delivers world-class cutting-edge technology and services to meet the challenge. Our team of experts has stepped up with adaptive tools to meet the rapidly changing requirements to provide a safe and efficient solution for our valued partners and equally as important for their valued guests. ETIC social distancing tools and consultation resources ensure best practices are implemented so that our clients can operate safely and within governmental and health safety guidelines. Here's an example of how our valued partner, the Biltmore Estate, located in Asheville, North Carolina, was able to successfully open during the pandemic. After a brief pause in operations due to COVID, the Biltmore Estate opened on Mother's Day weekend, selling tickets for admission, tours, and activities through eTix. As part of their reopen initiative, they chose to open up in phases. Phase 1 occurred May 9th through the 22nd. Originally, they opened to Biltmore annual pass holders only that were from the 22 counties of western North Carolina during this phase. Guests were given complimentary grounds access via timed entry to enter the estate. All pass holders and their children 16 years old and younger were required to have a reservation time for the grounds entry. This entry time was fulfilled using the eTix time entry feature. We advised the Biltmore staff not to disclose to the guests the number of tickets available for each time or for each day so that they could comply with the evolving social distancing guidelines. Phase 2 occurred May 23rd through June 30th. Here, the Biltmore opened the Biltmore House and Gardens, Antler Hill Village, and the winery to the general public. All guests wanting to enter Biltmore House had to have a reservation time, and there were reduced hours and capacities in the main venue. Phase 2.3 is where the Biltmore reopened the famous exhibition Downton Abbey. Social distancing measures were in place, including pacings of guests in timed intervals. Next, Phase 2.5 opened starting September 5 and continues on through the end of the year. And in this phase, there are increased capacities for most offerings, ongoing monitoring of behavioral patterns, and adaptation to changing guidelines. They instituted pass promotions, which include an extension of their spring pass sale, and they also offer complimentary guest tickets to pass holders who renew their passes early. They have suspended pre-purchase food options and complimentary estate-wide transportation. All guests entering the Biltmore House are required to wear a face mask and must have a reservation for entry. Reduced hours and capacities in the main buildings in consideration of social distancing recommendations exist. They also use plexiglass partitions at the ticket centers. Here you see an illustration that the guest must sign an assumption of risk and waiver of liability agreement before purchasing tickets online. The guests are notified of the risks and waiver liability when admission is purchased over the phone or in person. When purchased over the phone, the guest receives the waiver in their confirmation email. During this reopening phase, the estate has gone cashless and implemented contactless scanning. They also have implemented other membership programs to provide VIP access and other great experience for their valued supporters. So the main takeaway here is that the Biltmore was able to open similarly to pre-COVID operations as soon as they could, both safely and profitably, and the majority of the estate is now open. They exceeded their break-even point in June. They established strong fiscal disciplines. They saved hundreds of jobs and ultimately the estate itself. They used minimal credit utilization and have developed new efficiencies. We also need to make sure that the experience is touchless. In this illustration, you will see in just a moment an example of how our kiosk can scan either a printed home ticket, a mobile ticket, a traditional ticket. This is at the Smithsonian Museum in Washington, D.C. Here you see you are getting the same authentication you would normally get, but the guest, again, is 10 feet away from the attendant. The attendant is behind the plexiglass. In real time, the tickets are being presented. And as you can see, guests are able to enter unabated and continue on with their experience. In addition to that, in different environment, eTix solutions also provide for pedestal scanning, whereby in an indoors or outdoors environment, the guest can be up to 10 feet away from the ticket taker behind plexiglass, providing socially distanced solutions as well. And lastly, on the right of this screen, you will see that patrons can purchase tickets using our QR codes, both at the venue, online, in any place you wish to produce those, so that you don't have to have any contact with any individual in the selling mode as well. In this illustration, this is at the National Zoo in Washington, D.C., where these are placed throughout the property in the parking lot, as well as in socially distanced areas at the windows. In all of these cases, what makes the difference is the socially distanced tools that you've come to rely on. These illustrations are really designed to share with you that through active listening, through the experience and consultative services by experts in our industry, we're very proud to have worked with a number of different venues as they pivot throughout this landscape. 2020 going into 2021 will continue to challenge us to evolve and adapt and pivot in ways that we may not even yet know. We're very proud to share that eTix and our partners, through a collaborative process, are finding ways, new and innovative ways, to be able to get back to it and do what we all love and do what we do best. Thank you to IEBA. Thank you for your all support. We are here. We are proud to be a part of the organization in our industry and look forward to interacting with you as you migrate back to the real live entertainment space. Talk to you soon. Bye-bye.
In the entertainment and events industry, producing the best experience is nothing short of complex. It takes a variety of people and diverse locations to make it all come together. With that kind of complexity comes a variety of responsibilities, and questions are raised. How much time should be devoted to payroll, workers' comp, and staff onboarding? What paperwork do my employees need to complete? How can I possibly remember all the federal and IRS requirements? And what about all the regulations in the 50 states we're touring? What do I do if one of my crew gets injured? And how do I know if we're even ACA compliant? I'm still trying to get the paperwork from that employee dragging their feet. Introducing CAPS. Designed to take the burdens and mysteries of payroll and employee relations off your shoulders and place them in the hands of seasoned experts. For 15 years, CAPS has excelled in servicing payroll for live venues, tours, events, and even festivals of all shapes and sizes. Whether your company hires 5 or 5,000 employees, union or not, CAPS is ready to take on the workload. Government-compliant onboarding, tax withholding and reporting requirements, workers' comp, ACA compliance, and even executive officer payments for your entertainment touring entity. Through personal, direct relationship, CAPS will provide you with risk management guidance and union expertise. And if service and expertise aren't enough, CAPS' electronic time card system delivers a seamless, cloud-based solution to the problems of paper documents and timekeeping. Sign off on digitally submitted I-9s, W-4s, and other START documents. Receive, edit, and approve time cards before sending them instantaneously to CAPS for processing. Give your employees personal access to their pay stubs, W-2s, and direct deposit. Secure, compliant, and flexible, ETC is designed to give you the control to level the mountains of payroll paperwork by working in a fully digital, paperless environment from anywhere, on any platform. For payroll services, guidance, and solutions, go for CAPS. Your payroll is our main event, so it doesn't have to be yours. Visit capspayroll.com to see how your payroll cycle can thrive alongside your event or tour. CAPS.
Hey everybody, I'm Pam Matthews with IEBA, and this is the 5th installment of Terms and Conditions. So 2020 is going to be extra special for lots of reasons. Let me get started by introducing everyone on the panel. So I'm welcoming back attorneys Berkeley Reinhold, Jason Bernstein, and Tim Epstein, and then also with Anderson Benson, Brent Daughtry. So welcome, welcome. Okay,
Hello.
Yeah, so I'm going to do the standard, this is not legal advice. And I'm also going to suggest that you should consult an attorney who specializes in live entertainment. As Tim likes to say, your mortgage broker or your divorce attorney is not helpful to you in these situations. Okay, so I want to be mindful of everyone's time and jump right in. Is it fair to say that most conversations that are surrounding COVID era insurance and offers and contracts revolve around obligation to perform? Is that a fair statement? Who would like to start us off? Berkeley?
Sure. Yeah, I would say that. I would say the main issue that I'm dealing with right now is building into offers and contracts cancellation rights and what constitutes a force majeure as far as reduced capacity, low ticket sales, maybe a promoter having a fear of putting on an event, notwithstanding the governor or the state allowing the event. And those are the main issues that I'm tackling right now.
So, and before I go to Tim and to Jason on this one, I just want to throw in one little more part. Is a guarantee of health any intention of indemnification? Like, is a guarantee of health even a conversation?
We will say that it isn't. I mean, anytime you go out in public, there's a risk of contracting it. And I think we saw Disneyland has put up notices, and we'll try to have warnings and disclaimers in the ticketing process, but there's no way that you can completely prevent this. if you go out, there's a chance you're going to get sick, and we can't expect any promoter or any artist or any venue operator to guarantee safety. We can use safe practices, but even the president acknowledges it's airborne, so there's only so much we can do.
So Brent, I'm going to pull you in. Can you indemnify against COVID?
Whew, it's a tough one. I'm going to say, overall, no. From a liability standpoint, if you look at it, everybody uses ISO forms, which stands for the Insurance Service Office. And most ISO forms in the CGL, Commercial General Liability, has, exclusions, potentially communicable disease, potentially pandemic, but also like the key factors in the CGL form is, and with coronavirus, is there's no legal liability. And again, you've got to have the wrongdoer has to be found guilty of negligence in order for liability to come into play. Can an artist or promoter or an agency, protect themselves in the event of a cancellation? Potentially. The London market's getting a lot harder, even releasing communicable disease terms. There's some COVID options, but it's very limited, sub-limited, and expensive. So I think from a liability side, again, you've got to prove negligence and for it to respond. So my answer is no.
Does anyone disagree with that answer?
I'll chime in here. I wouldn't necessarily say that I disagree with that. When we talk about indemnification, we talk about various parties' contractual obligations and rights and what they're able to do vis-a-vis each other. So if a promoter says to an artist, I'm going to indemnify you for any risk to COVID should you perform here, then if there is a lawsuit brought by a third party that's going to claim damages related to COVID, then you're basically making sure that that artist is not going to be on the hook for any damages or defense costs that may result from that claim. But to Brent's point, it's very difficult right now to get insurance to be able to serve as a backstop for indemnification obligations that you put into those contracts, whether that be on a liability basis found in a CGL policy or on a cancellation basis or on a non-appearance policy. Generally, it's difficult to get coverage for communicable disease regardless. It's usually excluded, something you have to endorse over usually or get removed altogether. But since COVID was identified as a risk worldwide on the insurance markets, it really is something that people have not been able to get coverage for on a liability or cancellation or non-appearance basis. There are some people trying to put forth efforts to fill that gap because there are events happening even if there's no fans there, largely because there's media and broadcast dollars involved when we're talking about sports. But any of the leagues that are moving forward or conferences that are moving forward on the sports side, largely that is moving forward with a gap in coverage for cancellation related to COVID.
Yeah,
so
and
risk that they're taking.
We are seeing a lot of that in the agency language. They're trying to put that indemnity obligation on the promoter. As a promoter, I would certainly push back on that. And everything Tim said is 100% correct. The other thing is it's very hard to prove. How would you prove who was at fault and did the person actually get COVID at the event? So I think there are so many variables there, and given what everybody just said about insurance, I would push very strongly back on that contractual request if an agency puts it in your deal.
So thank you. So let's go back to that. Are a lot of the conversations, you mentioned conversations with agencies, are a lot of the conversations about obligation to perform? Jason?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
I've been talking with all the major agencies as well as, some of the smaller ones lately. We want to make offers. We want to go forward and do shows, but legally, especially, everyone knows COVID is out there. So if we just issue a normal contract and something goes wrong or things go backward or there's a resurgence, people say, well, you took that risk, you knew about it, and it's not unexpected. So the main conversations that we've been having revolve around the fact we want to make offers, but if there's a resurgence, we need the ability to pull the show down without a penalty. And we're definitely getting some pushback, but what I've explained and a lot of people understand is if we don't have a backstop or some form of safety net, then we just have to, put our hands in our pockets, close our checkbooks, and wait until it's completely safe, which means it'll be probably 4 to 6 months after all the restrictions are lifted. And that just doesn't make sense. Right. So we're talking, and most people get it. I think the biggest question that's arisen is, would we be reasonable in how we exercise it? And we're not making offers with the goal of canceling a show. We just want to be able, I'm finding more and more often, the local public officials are under a lot of pressure economically that they don't want to cancel anything. So we have to be able to exercise, sound judgment.
I'm also seeing, from Jason and others that, they're pushing, which, I get it, trying to push as much cost off on the artist as possible. There's talk of, guarantees going away somewhat. But what I'm finding in the contracts that I'm currently reading is, even adverse weather. It used to be ready, willing, and able to perform. Now they're even putting that in there, that if you're there and it's canceled due to weather, we're not paying you. So I'm seeing a lot more from, the promoter side, adding a lot more endorsement, these items that would be endorsements on a non-appearance or cancellation policy that we haven't seen in the past, which if they were ready, willing, and able in the past, most of the time they would get paid by the promoter.
Yeah,
So,
and I think,
go
ahead, I'm sorry. Well, I was going to say part of that is sort of like when there's big earthquakes in California. For a period of time, it's just hard to get any insurance because they're not writing it. So we still have the position, if it's a normal weather issue, we're not going to cover it. Typically we don't. There have been some exceptions. But if we're giving refunds to patrons, that's where that money's going. If we have a torrential downpour for a few hours, but it's not to the point that we're giving refunds, then the artists are still going to get paid in full, whether they performed or not. It's just, if we're in a situation where we're giving refunds, we're probably not going to have the insurance coverage. So that would be the time where we don't cover it.
I think there's a big opportunity there for smaller promoters, because it is true that the larger promoters are shifting and putting the burden of weather cancellation onto the artist. And if you're a smaller festival or smaller event and you are able to get coverage for weather at a reasonable cost, I think that it's a good point to negotiate with the agency, because it's not something that they'll be getting from the bigger promoters anymore.
So I'll add to that. This week, I had conversations with the legal team of 2 of the largest agencies, and that's what they're discussing is what they can pick up on a blanket basis and maybe cover for on the artist's behalf, and or have it easily available to their clients. So I think these happened this week multiple times. So they're really diving into, hey, look, we might take this on the chin and purchase the adverse weather and or these other segments of the cancellation on appearance policies for our artist.
So let me just make sure I heard that correctly. Did you just say that 2 major agencies said they would consider taking out coverage on behalf of their artists to protect against non-performance? Is that what you said?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
So specifically, the conversation was specific around the adverse weather piece. But then, there's multiple others, the civil commotion. Now London has put a Black Lives Matter exclusion in the Lloyd's form. So, there's so many variables right now. And so they're just, I think everybody, they're grasping for information, trying to figure out what's the right way to pivot. Like, what do we do? How can we look good as an agency to protect our clients and maybe give them value too? Like, we're going to cover this for you. So I think there's just a lot of just open discussions.
So let's move to that question. In the COVID era, what kind of policy should I have, and what should my offers and contracts include? Like, if you can, like the top 3 or 4 most important things that it should include.
To me?
I defer to the insurance guy, Brent.
Okay.
Yeah, it's tough, kind of like, what Tim was saying, everybody's saying. The difficult thing is you can't indemnify for COVID. So,
okay.
What can you do? Is really have your touring policy, your commercial general liability, your hired and non-owned, your excess, your workers' comp, all that in place. And then just hopefully, the waiver thing is, waivers never win in court, but it's a damn good, defense, I think. So, I think you've got to have your contracts and your attorney. I'll let the attorneys chime in on that, but you've got to have that just zip tied to where your client's not held liable for something that they're not in control of.
Yeah.
And I would say the cancellation, like if we make an offer now for June the 15th, 2021, and we can't play that, this is the question that I get. I would like to make an offer, but I don't have a crystal ball. So Jason, you were teed up.
Well, I was going to say, we're putting in provisions. So if we just make our own decision based on how we feel and what we think the safety risks are, we'll do that by, say, 60 days out from the festival. So hopefully an artist hasn't incurred a lot of hard costs on that. But at the same time, there's the reality that if too many shows go down,
right.
They've got weekly nuts to cover and touring costs. And so it has to be a conversation and a discussion. On a festival, those are anchor dates. And are we going to push a festival 6 months out? Or I saw Bonnaroo just moved from June to September. So I don't think with COVID, I don't think it's going to happen in isolation or just in one city or state. I think it'll at least be regionally, if not nationally. So if you lose, say it's Coachella or Firefly or one of the other shows, if that goes away, that whole geographic area is probably knocked out. So do you just push everything back like we did this year or what? It's hard to say. But, I think the biggest thing is we want to communicate as far in advance. No one wants to make a decision the week of the show because everyone's incurring costs. And I think flexibility is a key issue.
Tim?
So one of the things we've done on an offer basis is to bifurcate it and to say, here's our June date, here's our September date, hold both those dates, and then have the schedule back up relative to each of those dates. So deposit schedule, radius clause, all of the things that are relative to a certain date, those are going to back up relative to which date goes. Now, which date's going to go, that's where you have the different factors in relative to COVID. If I have capacity restrictions that have not been lifted by a certain date, if I have there's no ability to put on the event because the venue's closed because it's been ordered closed for COVID reasons, whatever it may be, those benchmarks are in place relative to a date that may affect announce, it may affect deposit schedule, but all of that goes relative to what date the performance is actually going to take place. Because what we can't have is everyone sitting around waiting for the specific government order to extend to a certain time period. Because to all of these local officials who have elections and have constituents who want to make sure things are open, they're not canceling things for the indefinite future. They're waiting until it gets to a certain time point where they have to say things can't happen. So the more difficult part, the soft part about this from a benchmark standpoint is capacity issues. And so you can say capacity restrictions, but getting to an agreement with an agent on what a capacity restriction means to you versus them is difficult, because the agent isn't necessarily privy, particularly on a soft ticket play, to how much you're going to make, because a lot of it goes down to guarantee. It's not a door deal. So the agent doesn't necessarily have the insight into exactly what you're going to make on a per ticket basis. And so when they say, well, why don't you just do the festival if it's 80%? Clearly you can make money on that. They don't know. And also what we have seen is that we're concerned about, from a promoter standpoint, what's your food and beverage sales going to look like? Are those going to be severely restricted because someone doesn't want to have a mask on and then go up and buy a beer? Are they going to want to wait in line and miss the show? How many are they actually going to drink because they have the mask on? So a lot of other ancillaries may go down while there's still restrictions in place relative to masking, which goes to dollar amounts that they may make. When you do it on a per person basis and you talk about capacity, those are a lot of factors that the agent may not be privy to, that a promoter will have to educate the agent on to get room for negotiation if we're going to talk about a lower guarantee related to capacity.
If we get to a situation where we're talking about an 80% capacity, I think almost every person watching this would be thrilled. You know, we didn't see things drop. You know, no one has said you can do 90% capacity. It's been you can do 10% or 20%. So I think, you know, we'll probably see with smaller shows, and I think watching the sports leagues will tell us a lot about capacities and what works. And, you know, we sometimes refer to guinea pig states as different ones open. Like Florida has basically lifted a whole bunch of their restrictions. Doesn't really work for the live industry because they're still at 50%. But a lot of people anticipate what we think will happen. But if we're all wrong and it turns out that it's mild and there's not a big resurgence, that would be great news. And I think that will also tell us what's happening and, you know, what capacities can safely operate at.
So the other hot topic that I've been dealing with, in addition to reduced capacity, is if the events can take place and if the capacity hasn't been reduced, the risk of having low ticket sales because people are maybe afraid to come out. And it's a really difficult point to negotiate because A, how do you know that the people aren't coming because it's related to COVID versus maybe just your marketing campaign? And that type of risk is usually on the promoter. So, you know, what do you do? Do you build into your deal, if you feel that ticket sales aren't doing well because of COVID, you can issue a kill fee certain dates out, even if the capacity hasn't been reduced?
What are the things that we need to put into the offers and contracts? Language that makes government restrictions, including a reduced capacity, force majeure. Can a reduced capacity be force majeure? What if there is a restriction on or a prohibition on camping? How does that affect? So, like, are we writing that into the contract? Are we writing provisions that account for 5-hour admissions and testing and all the costs associated with that? What are we doing with ready, willing, and able? I think Brent touched on that. If an artist is uncomfortable, but there, are they getting paid? Tell me about some of the things that we're writing into offers and contracts.
We're definitely putting in, if there's capacity restrictions or adverse admission procedures, that would constitute a force majeure. Okay. Obviously, like I said, we're putting out offers with the goal of doing the show. So even if there are those kinds of things, if we can find a way to do the show and have it make money and do it safely, we have every incentive in the world to go forward. But if it's not safe or just financially, one example I've mentioned to people is if we can be at full capacity, whether it's a festival or a concert, but you have to have the audience come in and staggered admissions, for an Elton John show 5 hours early. I don't think that's going to fly. And I don't think the agent or the artist is probably going to want that. So we would, call that under force majeure. If it's something where we can do Coachella at full capacity, but we have to give a rapid test that takes 15 minutes and is an extra $20 a head, that's a huge number. So that would impact us. If we're not allowed to have camping, that means 30% of the people don't have a place to stay, and it's an impracticality. So hopefully we'd know that ahead of time. But with all of that, our goal is to do the show. So we're only going to exercise that right, which we are saying is force majeure, if it's a necessity. I don't think we would just do it for convenience. The other thing that I think is important is we can always argue about how many tickets someone gets or what's their guarantee or the billing, and that can be done artist by artist. But the COVID restrictions have to be, I think, identical across the board, because I can't say, oh, well, this agency's acts are out, this agency's acts are in. It needs to be 100%, either we're doing the show or we're not, at least on a festival. And I think a lot of it's conversation and, it's a lot of discussion just to get everyone comfortable. And I think there's a level of trust that has to exist.
So if I heard you correctly, every act on an event would have a uniform offer. Did I hear you correctly? Okay.
Right. Like what I've explained to people is, and we've had some nuances where we've tweaked the language, but we're doing it across the board. But it basically needs to be a situation where this is our offer. If you like it, accept it. If you don't like that aspect, simply pass, and there won't be any ill will. But we can't have different standards on those issues. And if too many people say no, then we'll hear that message and we'll wait. But otherwise, we need to be able to go forward and have some predictability.
Any other thoughts on that? Uniform across an event?
Yeah, I think the uniform across the event, certainly from an offer standpoint, that goes without saying. The problem is when you get in with the different agencies, we have different sets of terms, whether those be just on the face of the contract and attached terms, or you're talking about a WME or a Paradigm that has pre-negotiated terms that you're talking about. The problem is that for a lot of those agencies, you don't put force majeure and various terms that may affect COVID on the face. Those are legal terms that are in the back.
We're actually putting it both on the offer and in the terms and conditions. And like I said, we're being very transparent of if it doesn't work, we respect that. Right. We just can't negotiate it agency by agency on that particular provision.
Right.
But as we get feedback from the agencies, we'll make tweaks, but it's, we send back going, hey, this agency raised an issue, so we've modified it. Here's what we're thinking. And if it works, great. And it's a slow process, but it seems to be working.
Yeah, I think at this point, and I always took the position that whether force majeure should be a business point even before COVID, but even more so now, cancellation terms should be a business point and addressed specifically in the offer. And as everybody just said, 100%, they should be uniform as far as policy across all artists performing on that event.
And I think one of the things is, if you try to do it agency by agency, it wouldn't work anyway, because different attorneys represent a variety of artists, business managers, accountants, finance. So if you try to play around, it's going to come out anyway. And how come this artist of mine has a great situation, this other one's getting burned? Like, we can't operate that way. And I think it would just cause more harm than good. One other thing I wanted to mention, Pam, tying back to what you said about insurance and responsibility for COVID. We are seeing some states have passed legislation that prohibit litigation unless it's gross negligence. and I know in some of the federal things, whether it's the House or the Senate, they're trying to add in some language that would essentially make it, it'd have to be really egregious behavior in order for a lawsuit even to proceed. A lot of that gets political, but I understand the basis for it. And I think it's something we support because, as Berkeley said, even if you get COVID, and even if it's at a super spreader event, you can't prove where any one person actually contracted it.
Right.
So hopefully that'll help a bit.
Yeah. Tennessee did that in a
tough
special
thing.
session.
I get a lot on the artist side. Are my employees covered under workers' comp? And I mean, there's two tests for that, and it is the illness or disease must be occupational, meaning that it arose out of and was in the course and scope of the employment, and the illness or disease must arise out of or be caused by condition peculiar to the work. So are they? Most likely, again, no. But it's an interesting time. I mean, so artists are saying, do I get, waivers from my band and crew saying that, they will not come after me in the case of a COVID event?
Even if everyone on the bus had, tested positive, then in week 2, everybody tested negative, and in week 2, everybody tested positive.
Yeah, I mean, that happened in a recent. There's about 80 people who went and did a deal, and I think about 74 of them got it. And so I don't know. I mean, it's interesting. It's such a fluid deal. I mean, it's changing every day. Insurance is trying to, Lloyd's and London and each syndicate are trying to evolve with it, but at the end of the day, too, these syndicates are in the business of making money, and they're bleeding money right now. So, just covering communicable disease and, writing in COVID-19 coverage, I don't see that'll happen. I think you can buy communicable disease that does have a COVID-19 exclusion. So if there are other diseases in the future that comes forward, kind of think of it as a pre-existing condition. So you can still buy communicable disease. It's limited, but you can get it.
I think most folks who are promoters get their CGL policies on an annual basis. And so for a lot of these folks, they may, for these last, I don't know, call it 6 months of life after COVID or life during COVID, they've had CGL policies that may have had communicable disease coverage on there from a CGL basis, but none of them have gotten sued yet for someone getting sick, largely because none of them put on shows. And so the exposure has not been there, and the tests have not been there from a third-party liability basis. What we are seeing is that there were payouts for some cancellation policies, the biggest example being Wimbledon. And that led to the London markets not wanting to write COVID coverage. But I think when you're seeing CGL policies that are going to be renewed, there's going to be exclusions in there for communicable
For sure.
before.
Yeah.
And even if the endorsement is available, they're not going to allow for the endorsement on COVID. But if I'm an underwriter for a CGL policy, I'm not really concerned about damages, just because the amount of people who actually go to the hospital that are positive, who get sick enough to go to the hospital, and the amount of people who die, and then put that up against the amount of the type of people who are going to shows, I don't think if you do a Venn diagram, there's going to be a whole lot of carryover there. Just calling a spade a spade. So if I'm looking at this from an underwriting perspective, I'm not seeing a ton of risk on a damages standpoint, because the far majority of people who get this don't show any symptomologies, or it's very mild. So the real big issue for COVID relative to insurance, I'm sure Brent and everyone else would agree, is on the cancellation market, because that market simply doesn't exist right now.
Yeah, and Brent brought up a really good point, how the insurance companies, they're only a limited number of underwriters. It's a very small industry and they're very risk adverse. And I know that this panel is focusing on COVID, and that's obviously the topic right now that's super important, but climate change is really an enormous threat to the live event industry. And with the insurance companies being so risk adverse, you have COVID, but then you have weather, then you have fires, you have, with fracking and earthquakes and hurricanes and tornadoes. And these are things that we are seeing just the tip of the iceberg. I think the industry as a whole really needs to take a look at this very seriously and figure out how it's going to move forward, because at a certain point, I don't know that these insurance companies are going to be offering cancellation insurance like they're doing now for these events outside of COVID. And it's really going to give a huge economic hit to these promoters if they can't insure those risks.
You're exactly right. And what I have been out, really talking about is the major issue in London. And prior to COVID, I was over there, once a quarter or once every 2 months. And, the biggest issue is we've already seen syndicates. So in the entertainment space, there's 3 main syndicates and then 7 follow syndicates. So that make up 100% of the risk. And what you're seeing is there's been a couple already syndicates that have left the market. So is just out of the live entertaining space. So I think the biggest problem that we're going to see from a contingency, which is cancellation non-appearance, going forward is capacity. I mean, there's only so many syndicates. There's only so much capacity to insure. So, we're already looking at ways where we can pivot and maybe insure, from the other side of the house, which is basically like a PTD, permanent total disablement policy, as well as and somehow bridge that onto a contingency policy. But yeah, capacity is going to be a major issue going forward, and I'm with Berkeley. I mean, we'll see. I mean, it's been a bloodbath for them, and it just claims keep happening.
Yeah, I mean, and we're seeing, like, with the fires in California, that smoke is going, clear across literally across the country. I live in Southern California. Sometimes I'm close to them, and there'll be ash or fires in our own neighborhood. Right now, I'm at least 45 minutes away from the closest one, and you can still go outside and you're tasting the smoke. And if you've got a festival that's near a mountain range and everything's going up against that, we do want to be intelligent and protect the audience and be safe and be healthy. And I don't think a lot of bands want to be performing either in a torrential downpour or in the middle of something where, their vocal cords are getting shredded by smoke. So, we didn't used to see nearly the volume of cancellations due to thunderstorms and, tornadoes in the middle of the country that we've seen probably the past 5 years. So it's a real issue.
Yeah, I would say in addition to that, where insurance comes in from a contractual basis, when you're negotiating with an agent, particularly on a festival, because most of those are outside, there's going to be requirement language in there for cancellation insurance policies to be procured. Your ticketing policy, your ticketing contract with your ticketing provider may require that you have cancellation coverage. The problem is, and Berkeley mentioned this before, there may not be, and Brennan said, there may not be capacity at all. Forget about limited capacity. It just may not be coverage that gets offered anymore, or at least for a certain period of time. But let's just say the coverage is offered. It has to be commercially reasonable. Right. And a cancellation policy right now used to be you were in good shape if you could get a premium for 1% or 1.5% of your gross.
Yeah.
Now they're looking at, even before COVID, guys were getting quoted at 5%. So even if the promoter is able to risk on their own, that they can self-insure for the cancellation.
Right.
If a contract with an artist or a ticketing company, wherever it may be, a municipality requires you to get cancellation coverage, that's money that you're never going to get back. And if it's call it 5%, that's a lot of money. And so I think what we need to do as promoters is to let them know that that requirement should not be in there unless there is capacity, unless there is actually a market, and that market is commercially reasonable.
I've actually
that is the truest statement. I love that.
We actually had a contract with that type of a requirement where it said we need to provide a particular type of insurance or several coverages. And we said, we called out expressly that the parties acknowledge that whatever the particular type of insurance is not available at a commercially reasonable rate and will not be included. To even have that conversation is pretty bizarre. But
It's wild. I mean,
more common.
Yeah, two things that I've seen in there too in agreements is asking for both war and civil war, and also cyber warfare are two items that I'm dealing with currently.
And are those available?
Yeah.
Yes, they are both available. Yeah, I mean the war and civil war is it has to go to another level of approval, and which is complicated. But we were just able to satisfy an agreement with war and civil war as well as the cyber.
All right, so as our time ticks away, we talked about uniform language for everyone for every artist at an event. What about uniform language for every act at an agency? Is that even possible? Berkeley.
What I do is, for my clients, for my promoters and events, we do usually, to make the process a lot easier, pre-negotiate contract terms. All those additional terms and conditions we have pre-negotiated with each of the major agencies. Right. Those terms, even across the agencies, are pretty much the same. The wording might be a little different, but the truth is, in the end, the intent for each of those provisions comes out exactly the same. So there's not a lot of wiggle room there on what an event can agree to, at least in the ones that I work on. So it makes everybody's life easier, and the agencies prefer it to have a document that you can just use every year and not have to renegotiate unless things come up like COVID and weather and things that might have to change.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, yeah, there might be nuances and someone phrases saying differently, but the overall intent is the same. And like you said, if we were trying to play games with it, we'd get called out anyway because of all the other, entities that are associated with an artist's life that, the agencies would get beat up. We'd get beat up as promoters. And, to me, there's no secret in our terms and conditions. When there are new agencies popping up or when we haven't had terms in place, I'll usually just send a few sets to, like when Carl Lewis went and did her thing, I said, here's a few examples. Understand that these are the endpoints, but if you prefer provision 7 from this agreement and 12 from that one, that's fine. Like, it's not really a menu of mix and match. It's just, do you prefer this phrasing over that phrasing? But the intent ends up being the same.
I think it also gives the agencies a sense of assurance, because on their end, to know that the other agencies aren't getting better terms on those types of force majeure and other provisions gives them a safety net, because if their client gets upset, they can say, I'm sorry, but it's the same for everybody.
Okay. As we are moving toward, again, the end of our time, I have two things. One, again, what are the three, I'm going to go to each of the four of you, what are the three things that your clients should be really paying attention to? And then I would like to close with, I believe that communication is going to be key as we go back to live. And then I also wonder, is compromise going to be key as well? So Brent, I'm going to go to you first. What are the 3 things that everyone, like you need your clients to really pay attention to? And then how are we working in communication and compromise?
Yeah, I mean, for me, again, it just goes back to the contract, and you know, I mean, most of my clients have amazing attorneys, like you all, you know, that's in their court, but it's just really reading those agreements and what language is in those, because again, you know, yes, the majors have their set of you know, contractual deals, but a lot of the independents do not, you know, and it's kind of all over the place. And quite frankly, you know, sometimes I'll look at them and I'm like, they just don't understand the insurance world. They don't understand that this isn't, you can't actually have it. So I think the biggest thing is understanding your contract and what's in there and what you're responsible for and what you're not, because the expense can grow. Like everybody said, the rates are increasing rapidly, quickly. So there could be a lot there, but I mean, I always think, you know, talking about compromise, yeah, I think that if we all don't compromise, then we're all out of a job. So, you know, it's like all of us coming to some agreement that, look, these are the items that can be insurable from my perspective. This is what is insurable and this is what's not. So, you know, if you throw these in an agreement, just expect to have that, you know, red line, because it's unattainable. So I think everybody's got to compromise for us all to be successful in the future.
Thank you. Berkeley?
I agree. I think that my conversations with the agencies have been very much in that vein. I think that they understand that they need the promoters just as much as the promoters need them. So yes, there have been certain points that we haven't yet agreed upon, but I think everybody is coming to the table with the intent to make it work. As far as the points you asked for, weather payment, I think, is incredibly important to figure out what your policy is going to be on that and specifically address it. Of course, COVID cancellation, and also liability and how those terms will be managed.
Jason?
I think regardless of whether I'm representing a venue or an artist or a promoter, I would say do not agree to indemnify for COVID. I want to be really clear on what is or isn't force majeure. And like I said, in our case, we're saying capacity restrictions and adverse admission policies. I think the third most important thing, and we didn't really talk about it much, is we're agreeable to following government regulations and laws, but we're not agreeable to automatically following CDC guidelines because they're changing frequently. Right. And I think I mentioned to one or two of you, like in Georgia, the governor sued to prevent the mayor from having a mask requirement. So it's a great idea and saying we would try to follow, but I can't contractually commit that I'm going to follow every recommendation because some of them, you know, we're prohibited from. In terms of compromise, yeah, I think we've said for years, you know, on this panel, we can write great contracts. Ultimately, someone's going to pick up the phone and have a conversation. And as long as there's no surprises and people are communicating and having whatever degree of flexibility they're able to, I think that's, you know, as important as anything.
And Tim?
I would say relative to 3 things, as I'd mentioned at the top of this, conditions on offer deposits, conditions on the offer generally, and pay attention to make sure that your dates are matching up with those conditions. So if you're going to do 2 different dates that you want the artist to hold, make sure everything is flowing from there, because there's a lot of flow that people don't take into account. They may look at their old offer sheet and just say, all right, we're going to add in another date on there, and then nothing else has changed. And I think that could get them into trouble relative to other benchmarks that happen in the course of fulfilling the obligations of a contract. Force majeure, never thought that we would be in a position to be debating what it means to be ready, willing, and able.
Right.
But apparently, there are a couple of artists who think that the definition of able is a little more fluid than those of us on the promoter side might think. So I think we all as an industry need to make sure we come to some consensus on that, and hopefully we don't have to go to a conclusion of a litigation to get there. Also, which others have mentioned, indemnity and liability limitations. Just make sure you're not signing up for something that you can't afford to do, particularly if there's not insurance as a backstop to cover your indemnity obligations that you've agreed to in the contract.
All right. So I'm going to just bookend this with none of this should be construed as legal advice. And then also, I encourage you, all of us encourage you to seek counsel from someone who understands live events. I hear this from IEBA members often, is that the university has counsel or the city has counsel, and they may not be well versed in the particulars of this industry. So thank you. And I would say let's do it again next year, because there'll be much to discuss then as well. Okay, thank you guys so much.
Hey everybody, Casey Sparks here from Tulsa, Oklahoma. It's great to see everyone, even though virtually, and quick thank you to IEBA and their entire team for figuring out a way and adapting and getting us all back together for this great conference, so thank you. I was recently asked what's going to be my biggest takeaway from this year and dealing with COVID, and I think whether you've been affected by losing your job, losing your income, the isolation for months on end, or trying to balance being at home with a house full of kids and working, it's been hard, and it's been a very heavy load to carry at times. I think all of us, especially in this industry, are used to having the answers. We're all leaders, we're all experts in our own field and in our own way, and when we don't have the answers, it starts to weigh on us. Not only did we not have the answers for next year, it was hard to have the answers for tomorrow. Everything was changing so rapidly, and even though this industry is extremely competitive, one of my greatest takeaways and joys was being able to see everybody come together as one team. It didn't matter what company you worked for, what position you held. We were united under one goal, and that was to survive and also to help each other and get each other through this time. So I'm hoping that when we come back to business full force, that we continue to have that attitude of compassion, that we help each other, whether you're a venue, an artist, agent, manager, promoter, that we're all on the same team and we'll work together and bring this business back to what it was before and even better. So with that said, I just want to say thank you, have a great conference, stay safe, take care of your mental health, and I hope to see you in 2021 in person. Thanks.
IEBA, congratulations on 50 years. I wanted to say hi in person, but this is as close as I can get. To all the promoters and talent buyers, to all the great festivals, fairs, casinos, and buildings. Thank you for all you've done for me and the Blackhearts and our fans. And thanks for what you've done for music. I miss you, my friends. This was my first summer off the road since I was 17. I hope next year is better than this. Big hugs to you all. Happy anniversary, IEBA.
Hey, IEBA, we're all for one. Congratulations on 50 years.
Yeah, we really miss hanging out with you guys. Looking forward to seeing you again soon.
Thank you for all your support.
We can't wait to get back out and see y'all on the road when the time is right. So until then, God bless, take care, and congratulations once again.
Hey y'all, we're Runaway June.
We're wishing you all the best and looking forward to being back in your town very soon.
You are a big part of our team and we miss you so much. Congrats on 50 years. We love you so much, IEBA. Here's to the next 50 years.
IEBA, congratulations on 50 years. Cheers. And to all of IEBA's members, thank you for all your support out on the road for all these years. We appreciate all you do for us and our fans. Take care and happy 50th.
Hi, this is Pat Simmons from the Doobie Brothers.
Hi, this is Tom Johnston. I'm wishing everybody at IEBA congratulations on 50 years. That's amazing, guys.
Thank you so much for what you've done for the Doobie Brothers and for countless artists all over the world.
We miss you. Thank you for all your support, and we'll see you on the road again when the time is right.
Happy 50th anniversary.
Take care, everybody.
Hey everyone, Craig Newman from APA. Wishing I was in Nashville with you all, giving hugs and high fives. I know it's a strange time. I know there are a lot of things that are happening that are worrisome, but I'm really focused on the positives. I really believe that some of the most creative ideas and solutions are going to come out of what we're experiencing right now. And when we do, and we will get through this, when we do get through this, we're going to experience a renaissance, an entertainment renaissance like we've never seen before. Everyone's going to be so excited to get back to live events and be with their friends, their family members. But we're also going to have learned a lot about safety and protocols and ways to improve how we attend events. And I think we have to harness that knowledge now and use it for the betterment of all of us. You know, we're trying as agents to keep our clients working right now and finding really, really innovative ways to do that. One of those ways has to do with virtual, with live streaming. Just because we're going to go back to brick and mortar and events and festivals, etc., doesn't mean that live streaming will end. I think that's going to be part of touring moving into the future. I actually think that that's an excellent way for artists to reach fans who might not be able to see their favorite bands and artists. So I think that's going to come out of this. You know, my message has always been to focus on the positive. I think that behind the darkness, there's light. And that light is going to break through. It's going to break through in small beams at first, but soon enough, we're all going to be basking in it. So I'm wishing you the best. I'm wishing you love and light. Let's focus on the ingenuity that's coming out of all of our worlds right now. Let's harness that energy. Let's focus together. Let's kick some butt.